Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, everyone. We are back with the National Championship Hong Kong Day 2 with our top 8 cut from yesterday. Congratulations to all top 8 qualifiers. Today, we're back. I'm Jamie, and we have a special guest here with us again, still for all the way from the UK. Good morning. Again, in 4 a.m. in the morning from your side. So, thank you for joining us again. And it was a blast for me to have you on the stream, and it was really fun commentating yesterday's game. So today we're going to see another round of excitement from the players. They're announcing right now. All right. So speaking of the top 8 list, so we actually have the standing list right now. So we're going to show to the audience and see who is playing against which players is against each other, and I will let you guys know about the heroes that they're playing as well. So
Brilliant.
Right now we can see it now for the viewers to be out. So the first table here will be Mortal playing against Wayne. Just to let you guys know, Mortal was a Dash player yesterday we had, and he was a 6-0 player. Whereas we have Wayne playing Dromai, who unfortunately draw the game yesterday, but still managed to hit the top 8 today. That's a great news for him player. And then second table we have Alex versus Singh. So Alex here is playing Briar and playing against Singh's Oldhim. And then the third table will be Kelvin Law playing as Oldhim, whereas Pudding playing as Briar. So we got two Briar versus Oldhim table here. So somehow we break them away. And the last table will be CWK as an Oldhim player playing against Kaiser as Icelander. So a few of them were already on the feature table yesterday, so we do soft know their tech. So still for when looking at this list, we have Dash against Dromai, Oldhim against Briar for 2 tables, and then Oldhim against Icelander. What's your thought on this whole matchmaking going?
So I think this is actually quite good for the both the Dash and the Dromai, because ultimately we're talking about 2 decks where Briar is a big thorn in their side to a certain extent, where they're slightly better into Oldhim. So we're kind of looking at a situation where one of these 2 is going to potentially be going into Oldhim, nothing but Oldhim, for the rest of the day. So it could actually be very, very good for this side of the bracket if Oldhim just beats all the Briars on the other side, and then we're in a situation where it's just controlled, or it's just Dash into Oldhim, which is a game that they've practiced quite a lot. They're really good at. So
definitely. So we are looking to see how actually this Oldhim and also Briar matchup will make, and hopefully, as mentioned, maybe we can see that these Oldhim players is beating up these Briar, and we'll see how it change. All right. So while the players is setting up here, we're gonna have a feature table here with Dromai against Dash player here. So I'll be back shortly. We'll be back shortly. I just want to quickly change the stream setup. Then me and Stilfer back commentating the top 8 game here. So see you guys shortly, and we'll be right back.
Yep, brilliant. See you all soon.
So, hi chat, we are back with our top 8 competitors here. Mortal on the left, whereas we can see Mortal on the left here and Wayne on the right. So for players out there, just a bit background on both players. As mentioned, for Wayne, we have talked about him. He is like a very, very prism player. He got forced to change to Dromai, unfortunately. Whereas Mortal, we don't really see him much in the competitive scene, but actually he's quite known amongst the player. He's like very good at this game. We just see him less in the competition. He's actually the last chance qualifier as well. So he was top four. Yeah.
Okay.
So he managed to qualify for the top 4 for the last chance qualifier and actually entering top 8 today. So it will be.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So he wasn't even prepared. He wasn't even playing in nationals until Friday night.
Yeah.
You know, he just comes in and then turns around and takes the deck to the top 8. That's the sort of story you really like to hear about from tournaments like this, where people just, you know, they surprise themselves and they surprise everyone and they get into the top of an event.
Definitely. So we will be hoping to see how this game being played, because Dash against Dromai, like from yesterday's meta, we haven't seen this matchup from yesterday, right? We only see like Dromai against Icelander and how this being played. So we'll be interested to see how these players will be working on their play style and also how they approach this matchup. So that's going to be.
So this matchup is a very interesting one from like both perspectives, right? So if Dash goes boost, then Dromai just fatigues it very, very easily. It's not because the dragons just have loads of health and you have to kill the dragons with the boost cards. And you kind of just lose that way. But if Dromai goes pistols, like they still need to get a plasma purifier or 2 set up on the board to kill most of the dragons. So 2 damage doesn't really cut it. They need to get 3, they need to get 4. So you deal accurately with all the dragon threats, and you can play all the dragons that have 4 HP. So for Dromai, like you want to get a board set up as quickly as possible. You want to get in there with the dragons so that, you know, before your opponent can get every single piece of, you know, equipment to go again. Because once Dash gets that set up, they can just chew through 2, 3, 4 dragons a turn. You know, it becomes very, very easy for them to just fatigue you.
Definitely.
So it's actually a very interesting matchup to see from a like control perspective, because both of these players are going to be trying to play around how much setup each of them has got.
So we'll seeing like how, as you mentioned, will it be a boost dash, or we're gonna see like more control, like playing items kind of dash play here, whereas like Dromai, we would see like from yesterday we see actually Wayne has a quite good setup. He's really looking for those like big setup turns and also playing this matchup. So it's a really like, it's sort of like a race, right? Who got the setup quicker? Like if by any chance if it's like item dash, then you can like put down as you mentioned purifier and then the chamber that he has, then it'll be easier for the dash player to kill out dragons, whereas dragons can overwhelm the player with the board of dragons. So we'll see how they do it.
Exactly. I really don't think we'll see Dash go boost. I feel like this isn't a race. The Dromai list we've got here is slightly less controlling because it does have, it does have a lot of the 1-for-5s, the go again attacks versus some of the other lists like Jamie Faulkner's list, which doesn't run those attacks. It just runs more dragons, more 3 blocks, more defense reactions. So. Both lists will kind of be forced into playing some aggro cards just based on the fact you can't sideboard everything. But I think we will see them leaning more towards the control side of their decks.
All right, definitely.
We'll be able to tell the second the Dash player flips their item choice, to be honest. If it's a Tekla Pounder, they're going straight for face. If it's an induction chamber, then they're getting set up to kill dragons.
Definitely. So we can tell once they review their equipments when the game starts.
Exactly. It's just that item choice and the weapon choice. I mean, the 2 things that are very vital in Dash show you exactly how they plan on setting up.
Definitely. Personally, I'm like more a mid-range dash guy. I prefer like going both sides, like having some potential to boost and also like to able to do the setup as well. But we'll see how Mortal run his list. Definitely like looking, he is able to 6-0 yesterday. So he should have some really spicy tech in order to go through those like heavy Briars and also Oldhim that we are seeing from yesterday, right? So looking forward to see how Mortal here pilot the dash here and telling us the potential of this hero.
So they're having a bit of a discussion now because the Dromai player is saying, look, I'm just going to leave my Ash and my Ash rings here. If they don't have a dice on them, then I don't have anything.
Yep.
And I think his opponent might be saying, actually, you kind of have to have that token off the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, is that you're not actually, like, in professional level tournaments, you're not supposed to have any token on the board that doesn't represent something that's in play.
Yeah.
Because as I got confused yesterday, does this person have any Ash? Because he has this token here without a dice on.
Yep. So I guess they have already like meant to communicate and say, oh, that we have to have counters on in order to represent something there. So all right, we're seeing a chamber here from the dash player. So we're seeing
so
he's
getting set up to kill some dragons.
Yep.
Personally, I think this is the correct choice. I feel like you can't just let Dromai build a board in this matchup. You have to very much focus on killing the dragons, and you can do it very, very efficiently. So there are questions, though. However, the Dromai player can set up like Kyloria turns, can set up turns where it's very hard for you to, block and then hit your items. And if that happens, then of course we have the big pivot.
Definitely. And speaking of setup, wow, we're seeing a very early purifier from the dash play here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he wants to see, right?
Yeah,
Turn 1 Purifier going first.
Yeah.
Dromai's getting 3 life, it's not so bad, and getting an Ash from the furnace, but
definitely
he's probably kicking himself a bit because that Purifier is going to be really annoying on turn 1.
Definitely. And also speaking of like the use of flame scale, yesterday we talked about like you can do like we're going second, still a turn 1 activation. That would be so good. With a 1 Ash advantage from the Dromai players, there's open lots of options that don't have to think about like making dragons or creating sands already.
Yeah, exactly. And just the beauty of being able to play a dragon on turn 1 if he wants to. And, he has that Vincerakai in hand. And if the other 3 cards are reds, he could just play the Vincerakai, pitch all 3 reds, and something.
Yep.
The camera is going in and out of focus quite a lot.
Let me have a chat with the team and let them know. So 1 second.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up, but it's kind of hard to look at it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. I was looking at it. It's like, oh, what happened here? I guess when the players stop playing cards, it should be working fine. All right, if not, I'll chat with them.
Oh, good. It stopped.
Yeah,
it reminds me of someone I saw at Pro Tour Lille. He had a shirt on that said focus, but it was permanently out of focus. So you're just looking at the shirt, trying to like get your brain around the fact that it's blurred on the shirt, and it's not, your eyes aren't blurred, right?
Yep.
And honestly, I did not like that person. I was finding it very, very frustrating because I kept trying to look at it. It was just stuck in my brain. I was like, oh my god, this is so annoying. If that's your shirt, then I apologize, but dear lord, I was not enjoying that.
Well, luckily the technical stuff is fixed now, so we can enjoy the game and not get like infected by that.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we're seeing Dromai play here playing the card and then 5 damage with go again with Femtism, but since there's 2 available resources, probably it's not gonna be a popper there.
Yeah, and Dash is very good at he's very good at popping things if they want to. They have a lot of sixes. They have a lot of that kind of thing. So it is very possible that Dash could pop a lot of the stuff this game, as well as the ability to control dragons with the items, which is kind of what makes this a very good matchup for Dash. Not amazing, but good. It's
So
got a lot of flex.
definitely, where comparing to other class, Dash Iconologists do have quite a lot of fixed powers. So that's a good thing for the class for sure. I think with the addition from the FFS, right, we see more like payload and stuff. These cards with high power levels, and which helps this class to playing against into illusionists.
For sure.
Wow.
The Centipede. Yeah.
Is it a red or actually it's a blue one?
It's a blue.
Yeah, and then we see. Yeah.
Centipede is fantastic. I mean,
Definitely.
It's a 2-cost blue that comes in for 6 in the red. I mean,
you can't really
ask. You can't really ask for more than that most of the time, right?
And we can see the popper being used there, and it's actually like. Oh yeah, so create an action too.
Yeah, and one of the things as well that makes this matchup very interesting is that, like, if we think about the controlled Dash strategy, right? So we're talking about building a board, loading pistols, shooting pistols. There's a set resource cost to that. 3 blue to load everything at the moment. Soon, then it'll be 2 blue to load everything. It'll be that kind of level. When we get to, popping the dragons, whereas someone like Oldhim will lose a lot of efficiency from popping those dragons. Dash doesn't lose nearly as much efficiency because you pop with all of your reds, you keep 2 blues, you still get to shoot as many other dragons as you want. So, they have a lot of choices as to how they handle everything that's going on.
And we can see that Mochi here has played high octane. So this card, back then when playing against Prism, is actually a really good card because when you boost, you gain some action point and helps to kill out auras. And we'll see how he's using this card with an additional card as well. So he's removing the steam counter from his Purifier. Ooh, and a boost.
Yep. Well, this is the point when it's okay to try and push a bit of damage. There's no dragons on the board. There's nothing he has to deal with. He can just kind of relax, threaten some damage. He just doesn't want to be in this stage for too long because then he'll burn through a lot of his deck. And, Briar is more than happy to block as much as he can here.
And we're seeing those one cost but powerful cards super hit here. I really like how sometimes for the mechanologist cards they got like 0 to 60 super hit throttle. These are like very simple but very good cards, right? They got boost, they got good gain, and making this class really awesome to play with for sure.
Yeah, and if you think about it, like it sounds really bad, but Everfest didn't really do much for Dash.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a class that actually hasn't had a great deal of support in any like meaningful way. Like Everfest brought a few little nice attacks, and it brought some specific matchup items. But those items are very specific to certain games. They're not like broadly applicable. So we're very much in a situation where not to be rude, but Dash is kind of like old horse, right? It's it hasn't actually seen the level of upgrades that other people have, and it hasn't really seen the level of power that they have. So the fact that it's still doing well kind of is a testament to the core design of the class and how how well thought out it was when they first made it.
Definitely.
And it will get more support soon, so that's kind of exciting, right?
Yeah. And actually we are seeing wow, interesting. Okay, we're seeing items they put out for 0.
That is not what you want to see. Yeah, that is not what you want to see at all. Oh,
But-
he's getting a Teklo core.
Yeah,
That's
Teklo core.
interesting.
Because he didn't have any like remaining resources available for him. So he bring out the Teklo core. But then at the start of turn, gaining 2 additional resources is always good, especially with an early setup with Purifier. So make sure that you can put on counter easier.
Yeah, it is still huge, but you know, I guess it depends. So far, the Dromai player has kind of said, "I'm playing attack actions to him," rather than "I'm playing lots of dragons." But he has to be very careful not to get drawn in by that, because the Dromai player might play a lot of attack actions on the first cycle, and then on the second cycle go into all their dragons.
Yep.
So you really have to be watching the pitch stack and try to figure out, you know, is this just a lie? You know, will I actually be getting nothing but dragons that I have to keep, that I'm gonna have to clear up soon?
Yep.
You know?
So speaking of dragons, we are seeing dragons being laid out by the by Wayne here, perhaps with Chroma here.
Yeah. What other dragons does he have, I wonder? I think he's just straight attacking with that, so...
Yep. I remember seeing he has arsenaled a dragon as well in the previous turn. So we'll see. Does he have the resources to pay the second one here?
I mean, this is brilliant, right? You just chuck out Crowbar, you just attack with it, right? And either way, you're not showing your opponent what you've got. And he just took 3 damage, and you now have 2 action points. So suddenly it's like, well, I can play Passing Mirage if I want to. I can play Vincerikai if I want to. Oh, yes. I love it. Absolutely love it.
And we see those Marvel dragons being used here as well.
Yeah. And the thing is, if he had like one more blue, he could have played the Passing Mirage and the Vincerikai.
Yeah, definitely.
And that would have been really nice. That would have been really strong.
And this dragon is so powerful, like comes in with 6 damage and also does it deal
Yeah, and then if it hits, it does an extra 3, which is really nice. But
yeah.
I don't think it's going to hit with this much armor.
Definitely.
Not with this many poppers in the deck, I think.
And also with the Teklo core available, I think he Mortar here is likely to lay down cards to block out this dragon.
Yeah, he's getting resources anyway.
Yep.
And remember also, it's only got 1 life, so it's just a pistol shoot. And this is what I mean, right? When we're talking about Dromai versus Dash, is that Chromai has 2 health, Vincerikai has 1 health. You know, the other dragons do have more, which is why you need the Plasma Purifier. Like Asvalai has 3.
Yep.
But at a base level, you know, getting this setup kills 2 dragons. So pop them, don't pop them, shoot them, don't shoot them. That's entirely up to you. But, you know, at the very least, you're already dealing with the dragons more efficiently than anyone else in the game.
Definitely.
Except maybe Fi, because Fi draws from the mask, right? So
yeah, which is not a good thing for Dromai players for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just pretty efficient, right? It's pretty efficient to just draw cards with that mask.
But speaking of 5 players, we're not seeing any 5 in the top 8 cut today. That is maybe somehow interesting, maybe out of someone's expectation here, but we're mainly seeing.
Out of my expectation, but I think it's just a reps question, right?
Yeah.
I think the good fire lists really only started to become known last weekend, and you know, especially in a Briar meta, I don't think the fire lists that people were trying before were as good. So, you know, I think people probably just didn't have time to get comfortable with that deck.
Yeah, definitely.
See, now we see the Asvalai come out, and this is the 3rd dragon.
Yeah.
And the important thing is that from Dash's current board state, he cannot kill all of these dragons next turn.
Definitely.
So all Dromai has to do is just get them into a situation where, you know, Dash can't kill all their dragons every turn, and they can start to really build that board and get that, you know, get that weight, you know, just get that power. So we'll end the next turn with basically Asvalai still alive, probably, and the other 2 dragons dead.
So we see.
The real question is, there might be a 0 to 60 or like a free boost left in hand, which could kill all 3 dragons, but then Dromai is not taking any damage, right? So it's still kind of winning.
Yeah,
if not.
It reminds me yesterday's Briar against Dromai game, where Briar has used up so many resources just to clear out those dragons, and it was like 20 damage dealt in a turn, but nothing is dealt to Dromai herself.
Yeah,
it's just
but that is the power of the pistols, because it's not going to be the same here, right?
Yeah.
It's my weapon on the board can deal with all 4 of your dragons,
That's
versus I have to put out. I mean, how many attacks is it? 5 attacks into all of your dragons.
Definitely.
Which was crazy to see, to be honest.
So in terms of resource, Dash with the item setup has like more recyclable resource in the way that you can pitch down cards that already clear out dragons. You don't have to really lay down any cards for that. And
yeah, exactly. It's the fact that you pitch for it instead of playing the card. It's the fact that it's very resource efficient. You know, 1 pitch does 2 damage, and it's also the fact that the damage is split up into 2s, 3s.
Yep.
Which is a very good amount for killing the dragons. Whereas the reason that Briar suffers more is that to kill a Dromai, I often have to send a 0 for 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Or a Ravenous Rabble or something, you know.
Yep.
And that's just huge. It's just a huge deal.
Yeah. So, and then in terms of like resource, just speaking of those dragons, right? They get killed and they get killed unless there's remembrance or other ways to retrieve these dragons. They are used up. Whereas compared to pistol shots, they can be there forever, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't think people are expecting like such really like Dash coming to top it in Hong Kong probably. So I will be curious if there's any like item remover from the Dromai ends, but we'll see.
Well, there'll definitely be Kyloria, but I wouldn't think they'd put in anything like Smashing Good Time or anything like that.
Yeah.
But you know, if they can set up a board, if they can keep, you know, 1 or 2 of these dragons around, attack with them, force cards from block, you know, and then swing with Kyloria, that's going to have to take armor. Once they take the armor, then they can set up another Kyloria turn. There are ways to get Kyloria through at the late game. What we should be looking for now is in the pitch stack and see if the Kylorias are going back into the deck.
Definitely.
Or you know, how he's using them. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see all 3 Kylorias just pitched straight away. And, you know, yeah, then you're just using them to get that advantage.
Yeah. So right, we are seeing a boost attack as well, so all the dragons is being cleared out from Wayne's board. Yeah, speaking of Kyloria, I really forgot that dragon. It grabs items as well. I always thought like drawing card part only.
And the thing that always throws people is that it actually has to take an item first if there is one. So you don't actually have a choice if you want to take an item or not. Like if you can, you need to. So
yeah. And speaking of like this matchup, we're seeing like relatively slow pace from both sides, like because both of them are really about setup and getting items laid out, Dragon's board being established. And in terms of time limit, there is no time limit for the top 8 match. So unlike yesterday, the Dromai and the Briar play got timed out and draw. Today we won't see such a situation.
Yeah, but as casters, we're kind of hoping they pick a nice, reasonable time, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe like an hour, an hour and a half, you know. That's a nice, sensible time to sort of cast that, yeah.
Wow.
If we're looking at a 2-hour game here, then that's very sad.
Yeah, definitely.
So this Vincerikai is a good choice, right? For 2 reasons. One of the first reasons is it's getting you Ash.
Yep.
The other reason is that, like, you know at this point, maybe Dash doesn't have a popper in every hand. Maybe, you know, you're kind of creating openings for yourself there.
And this is such a threatening card that it's forcing blocks, for sure.
Exactly. So you're basically saying, look, here's you know, potential 9 damage, or 2 cards from your hand, or your armor, you know, and all of those are good answers from the Dromai's perspective, right? 2 cards from hand means less damage next turn. Yeah.
So we see 2 cards.
And it's not being popped as well. So you're getting 2 cards from hand now. You're getting a pistol shot next turn. right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just efficiency, really, as far as it goes.
Yes, definitely. And see, there's like such a huge life lead from the Dromai's end as well. So here, without using the Purifier's team counter, it's just purely shooting the dragons and go again. I mean, it doesn't need the additional damage to kill the dragons over there anyway, so that's a good choice from Mortal here. 5 damage super hit again, boosting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're just demanding answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with just sitting back and just demanding some answers. You know, taking some cards out of your opponent's hand. The only thing is, really, is like if it's just 5 vanilla damage, then Dromai's not going to feel that threatened by it. You know.
Definitely. And also,
So-
Dromai player here is holding a sigil with him, so you really don't mind taking damage.
Well, you don't want to, you know, the sigil is 3 life, so blocking and playing the sigil is better.
Mhm.
But it's more that, like, if he has dragons in his hand and he has Ash, then it makes perfect sense to just take 5 damage, right?
Mhm.
Or 7 damage, I think is what he took in the end, just to just sort of get that out there. Yeah, it's just really efficient.
Yep. Now we see a CNC for 6 damage. So what in terms of like players playing against Dromai here, is there any like things that we should put in mind? Like should we count the dragons that they have in graveyard and also expressing how many dragons left, or is there any specific deck that we should be taking care about as a player who against it?
Yeah, I mean, all of that, right? You obviously need to be keeping track of what dragons they've got left. You need to be watching like what dragons they're pitching, so you can see what their late game strategy is. Like if you see them pitching the Mirage guys, the Chromais, then you know that late game you're going to be forced to deal with that. So, yeah, all of the above, right? To play against. This is why Dromai is such a hard match to play against, because there is a lot of information going on that you need to be aware of, and obviously if you can keep track of all of it, then you're going to have an understanding of what dragons they've got left, what resources you need to keep, like how important it is that you have a popper, you know, all of those pieces of information, right?
Yeah. All right, cool. So we are seeing the second Purifier being laid by Mortal here. So quite a quick setup. Like we are around how many turns in? 3 or 4 turns in only, but we're seeing already 2 items.
Yeah. So now with one shot he can kill Themai, he can kill Miragai. You know, as there's 2 kind of new dragons that he can basically half kill Necria as well.
Yep.
This is very good. So Dromai's up to 5 Ash. That's it's a pretty good number, to be honest, to get to. You know, he's not going to chip down that easily because a lot of the time when he's playing dragons, he'll get an Ash anyway.
Yep.
This just gives him a nice big buffer to deal with.
Definitely. We're sitting. Actually, Mortar is not blocking as much as I thought. Like a control sort of like item making. You move items dash play here. So I would say that's interesting.
Yeah, but kind of as we talked about, like they're both sort of on the clock, right? They're not entirely on the clock. I mean, you know, I would say the dash player probably can go a bit later, but they are both still having to play around the fact that their opponent, they're both setup decks, they're both control decks. So the dash player does want to get a lot of damage in before Dromai can properly get a lot of these cards into play. And kind of the same is true vice versa, you know. Dromai is looking to get those hits in before Dash can get more, you know, more pistols, more dragon killing
definitely
stuff onto the table.
Seeing more dragons being played now. So we've got Mirror Guy and Chroma here, basically the combo that, even though guarantees you an action point for sure from these two dragons.
Yeah, 100%. The Mirror Guy would have been a lot better last turn before the second Purifier, you see, because it would have been one shot Chromie.
Yep.
And the second shot couldn't kill Mirror Guy, but now it can, which is just huge, really.
Definitely.
It's huge in this matchup.
PTI 嘅玩家而家仲有15。
So from both plays, and especially just now we see Mortar's play, he's really keeping track of like what his opponent has pitched his card, and to ensure that sort of he has the idea what is coming back on the second cycle. So we're seeing quite interesting.
So now you see the point where you know it's never been pure control dash because he still has to leave the Teclo Pounders in. He still needs to keep that, you know, he still needs to keep basically those aggro cards in his list because he doesn't have a big enough sideboard to do everything, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas I think if this was a full control dash, he'd be a lot more comfortable in this matchup, to be honest.
The good thing is Tackle Pounder is blue card, so it's always like good for the control side of this.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't mind having it in there.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could also be a card that blocks. It could also be.
That's true. So Mortar here did take 6 damage from the previous turn and has actually 5 cards to play this turn. So we'll see how he's going to play into this matchup.
Yeah. mean, is he just shooting Dromai for 3? I wonder.
We haven't seen him removing any counter from a purifier, so we'll see. Oh, there they are. So now, pistol shot is boosted by 2 damage for 4. Shoot a mirror guy, and go again.
Yeah, he'll just clear the board, and then if he's got anything left over, then maybe he'll,
Yep.
send some damage to face. Right? He might boost. If he's got cards left over.
Ooh. There's the second tackle pounder. That might tell why he's not blocking it as well.
Yeah. But it's all right because he can send 5 to face, then
Yep.
he can shoot another dragon, and he's perfectly happy where he is right now.
Definitely. And with 1 additional card that he has in hand, probably can still load his items as well.
TTI 玩家而家仲有10分鐘。
Okay, now we can see Mortar is actually keeping his last card in his hand. I guess that will be a popper.
Yeah, maybe. Or there was just no way to play it
Yeah.
efficiently. Sometimes you just can't get that card out.
Whereas we're seeing Wayne is holding Sigil, Fate Foreseen, and an attached action card, which is not very ideal. He didn't have any dragons available for him to set up.
Yeah, but he'll gain some life. He'll Arsenal maybe. He definitely plays the sweeping blow. I think the real question is just what does he do after that? Does he go for a yeah?
So creating more ash. Is it blue?
Yeah, I think because he's not pressuring his opponent's hand much,
Yeah.
it's better to keep the defense reaction and just Arsenal it.
Definitely.
Gives yourself a bit of protection for next turn. But the sigil will come back around, and remember the sigil is very, very important late game as well because it gives all your dragons go again, which is very important.
I think we have seen him pitch another sigil in previous rounds, so there's 2 sigils will be coming back in the second cycle.
You'll get the life eventually, assuming you make it there.
Alright, classic loading all the items. Pistol for 4.
Yeah, I mean this is exactly what Dromai doesn't want. You have no dragons on the board,
Yep.
which means that basically Dash can just push free damage at you.
Yep.
Right.
Luckily, there's just 1 chamber available. If not, then it will be quite tough for sure. Now 060 red, so for 3. Oh, a yellow one for 3 damage. taking 3 damage.
Yeah, I mean, Dromai very much needs to keep the hand, very much needs to keep the ability to gain tempo back. So, you know, ooh, did you see that?
Yeah.
So the other chamber got boosted. So that could actually be very huge in this matchup because I don't, you know, some dash are on like 3 chamber purifiers. And if he's losing one, could actually just be mega in this matchup. Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
It depends if you're Dromai or not.
I mean, yeah, I'm coming from the
If
dash
you just pay
perspective.
attention.
Yeah. We're definitely seeing more dragons now. We're seeing 3 Ashwings.
Yeah, Ashwings are great. It's very hard to kill them all.
Actually, he's holding 2, so I might consider playing the second one.
Yep, go straight in there.
Right,
So 6 Ashwings.
Wow.
6 Ashwings is 3 turns worth of the current board, right? 3 turns worth of pistol shots. So that's pretty good if you're Dromai.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And as mentioned, since the chamber has been boosted, like normally running 2 to 3, right? Depends on the build. But if one downs range, one's shooting 1 less. So we'll see how it goes. Zero to 60 boost. But now with high octane play, so we have multiple action points available, so we don't really rely on the chamber here to clear out like some of the actions too.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the card you want to see when there's lots of dragons to kill, especially if you've got another blue in hand. I think the problem here is that this is the second one he's played, and if he uses this to help clear a lot of Ashwings, then there could be a really heavy dragon turn later on in the game that like doesn't, you know, deliver the sort of, like he can't handle.
So Simorto is keeping track of like dragons and stuff from graveyard for sure. So he has cleared 4 of the X-Wings for the previous turn. Oh, 3 of them, because 1 was popped. So now only 2 are available for Wayne. And just a question here for Stiffer. So for Rig the Ember, although it's a very good card, but I see that people has really cut down this card in the deck, only including the red ones, probably not like putting yellow or blue anymore in the deck. So, like, what's your thought on this? On maybe is it necessary to actually create that much X-Wings, to be honest?
The problem is, right, the main problem is that the red one, the yellow and the blue one just don't give go again. And that's where it becomes so vital. Like, you only have a certain number of, we'll say, like, opportunities to play cards at the start of your turn that don't give go again. So you're including this 2-block card, which is very huge, because Dromai likes to be blocking. It's a 2-block card. It doesn't give your dragons go again, and that makes it a very, very bad 2-card hand, right? So Dromai is all about these 2-card hands. I'm going to block for 6 damage or 7 damage if I have a defense reaction. I'm going to keep a red to give my dragons go again, and a way to play it. And none of the other colors of Rate the Embers do that for you. They don't give you go again. They don't give you board. They don't let you board attack. So
definitely,
they just don't really offer what you need from anything, unfortunately.
So it's really, as you mentioned, really having those red action cards being played with the go again is the key.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, more Ashwings are always good, but there are other cards like Dust Up and things like that can give you Ashwings that are better with less cards in your hand.
So we're seeing Yendrai being played here. Actually, it's really good into this matchup, right? Having Yendrai, because it takes 2 hit from the dash player, to kill it.
Yeah, exactly. Takes 2 hits, doesn't die easily.
Yep, and also with Mirror Guy, it can't be popped.
Also, and also attacks for 3 when your opponent's on 14 life, so...
Yeah.
There's plenty of good things going on with that card.
Ooh, T-Bone. Oh, but then it's into dragons.
Yeah.
And another boost.
High speed impact. So now his next attack will have Dominate. What is the next attack?
Okay, and now 0 to 60.
Yeah, 0 to 60. So he's chosen to...
Oh, wow, that's huge. Maximum velocity.
Damn. Yeah, when you're on 16 life, that's pretty huge. Yikes, okay. This is not what Dromai wanted to see.
Yeah, and 12 damage it is, right?
Yeah, Goliath Gauntlet maximum velocity.
What
it doesn't have Dominate because...
It wasn't played after the Ice Peak Impact.
Yeah, I think he played a 0 to 60 first, didn't he? Yeah. Okay, so it's not terrible. It doesn't have Dominate, so it's just coming in for, 3 damage.
Yep.
But the fact that it's taking 3 cards is pretty huge. But it's not the end of the world, I don't think.
Yep, and I think we saw 1 or 2 maximum velocity being boosted already. So let's see how many left for him. Ooh, Dust Up.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about really good 1 and 2 card hands, and just playing a Dust Up 0 for 4. Give me some armor, give me some cards, give me some dragons.
Yep.
Doesn't have go again, which is sad, but
Yeah.
that's okay. The Endure I can happily sit on the board for another turn without, without needing to do anything crazy.
Definitely. And looking at Mortal's play is I would think it's really interesting because I'm not expecting a maximum velocity being played with a really controlled style of mixture of items and stuff. So seeing him playing the maximum velocity there is actually surprising for me.
Yeah, but as we said, he can't unsideboard his board like that, he doesn't actually have the capability to take all of those cards out of his deck. So ultimately, he kind of just has to go with it.
So we are seeing one maximum velocity actually boosted, one is played. So there should be one in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, with the life totals the way they are, we might not see another one played this game.
Yeah, definitely. But I thought it was pitched quite early in the game, so we'll see. Alright, then we're seeing the last high octane. Ooh, and with blue cards.
See, it's interesting. He left those 3 Teclo Pounders in, even though he didn't want to play any of them. So, at some point later on in the game, he might have a 3 Teclo Pounder turn, which will be kind of painful. Though with the life totals the way they are, they might not be going that long.
Definitely. Ooh, we are seeing like tons of cards that without block being pitched.
Yeah, this is very interesting. If you were the Dromai player, you might even just turtle up here, right?
Yeah,
just
definitely.
be like, if I get back around to this turn, then I can do whatever I want to him.
Yeah. Alright, we're seeing a Spark of Genius here.
Interesting. Okay. He might have boosted away his industrial chambers.
But then look at Mortal Stack, it's actually quite thin. Just by looking and searching it. So
yeah, Dromai definitely might be going for a fatigue play now that he's boosting a lot more. 14 life is quite low if you're going for fatigue, but the dragons do really help with the fatigue plan because ultimately your opponent has to deal with them or block them or something them.
So just from his deck search, we see that, as you mentioned, no more chambers available for him.
Yeah. Which is going to be big. I mean, to be fair, still be able to kill 2 dragons a turn is fine. But, 3 is better. 3 is always better.
And, obviously, we have so many Ash available for Wayne here. So, yeah, attacks for 3 times is always good.
PTI 嘅玩家而家時間係。
Interesting. We see a super hit playing the dragons and then Tackle Foundry being used. So 2 more resources.
I mean, he's shooting Tekla pistol for 4. He's saying, let me take you to 6, or,
Yeah.
Yeah, like Dash is in a really strong position here. We don't want to forget that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he can actually shoot 2 more times, right? With the chamber available for go again and also 1 action point remaining here.
Yeah, exactly. So he can threaten, not lethal, but close enough,
And still, he's threatening 8 damage per turn. even though like majority of those high attacks boost cards used to attack previous turns. And he has plenty of blue being pitched down.
Oh yeah. Like Dash can just happily just sit back, pistol. Dromai really only has one more like turn of damage they can take to set up a board or something, and that turn is going to be like critical basically. It's when they decide to take that damage, and what is their hand, and if it's good enough they win, and if it's not, then the other thing happens. The Dash player will probably grind them out.
And
we are seeing Kyloria.
Yeah. That was the key card that we mentioned previous turns, right?
Well, it kind of depends what the other cards are in the hand, right? So if it's like a Kyloria and 2 other dragons with 3 Ash, then actually that could be huge, because he'll play the other dragons, he'll play Kyloria down, and then he'll try and just sneak in the Kyloria attack. And if he gets any of these items, then he probably wins the game.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Like if he can just take an induction chamber, then he probably wins the game.
Yeah, happy day. Yep, we say Kyloria being late played here.
Okay, I mean going straight with the Kyloria isn't actually great.
Yeah.
It is fine because it demands. Oh, he's got a second one.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
I was like, ooh.
That changes things.
Yep.
Yeah. Because it demands a block or a popper. That's fine.
Yep.
It's 1 card out of your opponent's hand. But the second one, 2 cards, and if he doesn't have a popper, then suddenly that becomes 2 very good cards. Yeah.
And there's a popper for that. But still, you can.
There's a
also,
popper.
Yeah, there's a popper. And he's pitching down it. Okay. And
He's pitching the other Kyloria to get another Ash. Yeah. Well, he's kind of just like thinking, keep blocking. Just keep blocking until hopefully, he has a window to either fatigue or to, get back into the game.
Yep. And we're now seeing like 4 and 4, basically from Moto here.
4 and 4 with 2 cards in hand as well. So this still even could be another boost or something,
Yep. But it's interesting, like we're not seeing like Wayne using much of his first step to block our damage here. It feels like it's good, right, against the dash, because whenever you load the pistol and stuff, then your footstep can actually get reset and use it again.
Yeah. Move footsteps has always been a great card versus dash. The issue really for Dromai is that it does stop 1 damage. That is pretty good, but the pistol's coming in for 4, so it's not really good enough. And the other thing, of course, is that you have to pitch a card from your hand to turn it on, which is really painful.
Ooh, T-bone boosting. So we see 2 sync below played here, blocking out every damage this turn. It's really that plan that, as you mentioned, trying to fatigue out right now.
Just a quick dragon check. He still has a lot of Miragi. He still has Kyloria. I think he still has 2 Chromie, maybe. So he still has a lot of good dragons. The main problem is he doesn't actually have the life total to play any of those dragons because the double pistol shot every turn is going to threaten lethal, and he's going to have to just block it.
Yep.
So I think he is putting a sync below in Arsenal, which is pretty good.
Yes.
So pretty good at this stage of the game.
And dealing that 1 arcing damage and also hitting for 2 here is actually good as well.
Yeah, Asfly's fine. It's a fine threat, mostly because it costs 0 and you can get that Arsenal card in. So I think this is a very good play, and hopefully that sync below. What we're saying is that sync below is going to buy him.
Oh,
I thought it was a sync below. Oh, it was a dust up. Okay.
He changed it. I think he. Oh, interesting.
So dust up's also fine here again because it's do I get a dragon? Do you take some damage? But I think it's not. Dash can just block this quite easily with 2 cards because he still has that 1 arm, and then still threatening quite a strong turn. So it's good. You need to be doing something, right? You absolutely need to be doing something. You can't just let Dash have a full ton of hands and not threaten any damage in return. That's not a win. It's not a winning combination.
Definitely. And it really is down to like how many cards Mortar has in his remaining deck here.
Yeah, I think he has enough, right? He has enough blues as well. And he's not boosting that much.
I think it's around 10-ish.
Yeah, it's enough to get the job done, to be honest. Especially with the number of blues he has floating around. So,
and just hoping that he's not getting like those no blocks tackle pounder and tackle core that he had pitched earlier.
Oh, he's almost certainly drawing 3 tackle pounder hands at this point in the game. But whether that lines up with where these things are. Ooh, he takes the full dust up. That is actually huge now because it gives Dromai the ability to just block and chip 1 damage, right? And the important thing, of course, is that as the dash player, you're not going to want to send a 4-strength Teklo pistol. What if you're 2 shots a turn into a 1 power dragon, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And if you do that, then Dromai's just laughing, right?
Yeah, I got 4 cards in hand, and then what can you do?
Yeah, exactly. Just like, I heal 3 life from that shot.
Yep.
Thank you very much. But he might have like a blue, he doesn't want to boost anymore though. That's the problem. I was going to say he might just have like a blue, zipper hit or something that comes in for 1, but then he's boosting a card to give it go again, which is danger. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. Kind of like item check, popper check. He's trying to figure out how many more poppers does he have left. Is he going to get a maximum velocity off? Can I afford to take some damage here? Oh yeah, and he's checking out the dominates. So how many payloads has he played? Because that's the 2 for 6 with dominate.
Yeah.
And that's things that are getting really dicey. Is that if he can just play a 2 for 6 with dominate off a boost, then he might lose straight away. So he's kind of like checking the threats that you need life to deal with, right? Because he's considering taking some damage.
Ooh. There we go, boosting. So I think Mortar here is just trying to hit Dromai as much as he can each turn here and not like Border of the Dragons probably.
Now, this is interesting, right? Because there is a point where you can start killing the dragons, but it is very hard to pick. And when there's an Asvalai on the table, that's very difficult, right?
Yeah.
Because at the moment we're seeing 4 damage threatened from, 2 cards on the Dromai's table. And if he can block and just threaten 4 damage when there's only 8 cards left in your hand, and you're on 7 life, it's not necessarily great, right? It's not necessarily a great place to be.
And definitely we're seeing like these high damage attack cards are starting to run out now, down to like. So we will see how he can really pad it with the remaining cards in the deck here.
Yeah.
We're potentially seeing like probably 12 damage threatening here to the Dromai player.
Yeah. And he doesn't need to go face with those cards at all. He can just he can just pitch them for the pistols. Threaten 8 a turn. The problem with that, so basically the problem with only threatening 8 a turn is that it's just not a winning strategy when you've got this few cards left in your deck, and Dromai has that many. Like you'll take 2 cards, maybe 3 cards, but you're basically just giving your Dromai opponent an option to like draw a defense reaction, keep 3 cards, right? Play 3 dragons. Like it's just not a winning strategy. So this is what Dash is kind of worried about now, is that even double pistol is not a winning strategy. Triple pistol would have been, but they boosted their induction chamber, so they're kind of in a bit of a dangerous situation with that.
And boosting that induction chamber is really like sad for the Dash player.
It's just huge. Like it's just huge. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, and there's no way to retrieve it back because it's in the banish. So
yeah. I wonder if that's a card that might come for Dash.
Yeah, maybe.
It would be a very good card, like a non-attack action that, like Spark of Genius, but it goes through your banished zone for items.
But then the next set gonna be Dynasty. We're probably seeing more supports for the Uprising set. So we'll see. We have to wait for a bit probably for the Mechanologist support.
There'll be support for everyone in Dynasty.
That's true.
They've said that. So it is a supplemental set, so it will have support for everyone. It's just a question as to whether or not what we're trying to say, whether or not that support is like good.
I'll be just curious.
Whether or not,
sorry,
whether or not it's like support for Blitz again, or support for a good format.
I would be just curious like how Mechanologist will be fitting the Dynasty theme though, or would there be like cuts for that?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we know that yet.
Yeah,
it's just random speculation. Blocky with Necria. It's not where you want to be.
Probably he's keeping something that's 0 cost, red cards.
Yeah.
Allows him to go again.
Yeah. Or he'll just attack with Asvalai and Arsenal.
Ooh. I think Mojo is actually considering using his equipment there to give him 1 additional action point here. Shooting 1 more time, for sure. Speaking of the top 8 tables, I think we have 2 tables completed their match. And
Oh,
there's
okay.
two match going on right now. One's gonna be Oldhim against Briar. Now the feature tables, Dash against Dromai.
Okay, I mean, someone needs to make a decision now.
It's been taking a long while. It's like, ooh, I think it's really like using the accelerator or not here. That Motor is thinking here.
I mean, I know what his options are, but you know, untimed doesn't mean
Thinking
ridiculous, right? Like, there's still such a thing as slow play. You can't just do whatever you want.
Yeah. So we're seeing he escalating it and he's shooting for 4 again. So I think it's like really asking for the last card from Wayne here.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision. I think he has to block, but then you can just get a full hand and do whatever you want, which I think is the right call. Yeah, I think this is the right move. I don't know if it would have taken me this long to decide on it. But then I'm quite an aggro player, so you know.
Same here.
Yeah.
I understand. So he's gonna let the last card out, taking 1 damage. Actually, like having 4 damage from the pistol, like blocking 3, leaking 1, and slowly get to the point that asking Wayne to hand out all the cards he have. But we're seeing like less than 5 cards in Mortal's deck, so he's willing to take damage.
Yeah, I mean he has to be, but he's on 6, so he's not dying to an Asvalai attack, even if he goes to 3. And it's not to say that going that low is a good idea, but you know,
but
it's obviously a choice.
Yep, but I think like Asvalai here, at least like quite crucial, right? It has to be cleared out since the accelerator has been used. There's no longer any arcing barrier. Those like chipping 1 arcing damages might be huge for this turn.
Yeah, and if you've been paying attention, remember what I said earlier is what he's pitching is super important. You know, we do have the what is it called? The burn them alls. They are still in the deck.
Yep.
So, you know, there are still ways that this attack is, you know, that the arcane damage might come to be the savior, you know.
I think we did see like the Brandon pitch quite early.
We did. Yeah,
1 or 2 was pitched already. So
as far as I know, all 3 of them are still in the deck. So
yeah, definitely. We haven't seen them being played at all.
Yeah. So if we get to a situation where these dragons are still alive, he can keep a burn them all in his hand. play it, get Go Again on the dragons, swing for 2 arcane a turn. You know, Dash could easily find themselves losing still. So,
Yep.
you know, especially with this few threats left in the deck and a lot of cards that don't block. You know, this is turning into a very, very close game. It's early, so my enthusiasm is not conveyed by my voice, and also my girlfriend is sleeping in the other room. So, you know, I can't be too loud, but I am very enthusiastic by about how close this game is.
Yeah, definitely. Same
kind of
here.
like where it's going.
I mean, like for me, if I'm the Dash player here, like seeing my cards being boosted away, I will be like quite desperate, and also will be like quite nervous because there's not much threat in the deck that I have. But I still see like Moto is really actively trying to boost cards. Like he's looking for opportunity here to try to like get to the break point that Dromai players maybe can block some of the damage, slowly leaking them.
It's because he knows he doesn't win if he only attacks for 4 each turn, right?
Yep.
It's just too predictable, and it's just not enough.
Yep.
You know, Dromai will just block 7, take 1, have a 2-card hand, and he can't let that 2-card hand happen. The issue is with these blues left, he's not really exerting that much pressure, and Dromai has so many cards she can just block with every card every turn, swing with a dragon. You know, she's still going to be coming in 3 or 4 turns when the Dash doesn't have anything else left to boost.
Yep.
So yeah, the way the Dash will win this game is like shoot pistol twice and then have a surprise boost card left in arsenal. Like a red or something like that, you know, that's going to come in for 3.
Yep.
And that's how Dash will win. So interestingly, and they've been doing this all game, but technically the Dash player misplayed there. His opponent said, "I'll take 1 damage," and then he triggered Induction Chamber.
Yeah, I think
But maybe he probably said it aloud before he triggered it. But I have definitely seen people called up on that and not being allowed to get Go Again if my opponent's already taken the damage.
I think it's really like both players are trying to get the game a bit quicker. So it's like, I'm going to take it, and we know that it's going to be Go Again anyway. So.
Yeah. But I had a Dash player against me at Nationals who was very sloppy in that regard. He was like, oh yeah, and this has Go Again. I'm like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. So you have to, obviously, having every single step is being correctly letting the opponent know is really important, especially.
It was more that there was like a pause, so it was like, I'll shoot you for 2. Okay, cool. I'll take 2 damage, and then we both write it down, and then he's like, oh, it has Go Again. I'm like, you haven't taken the counter off. We've both paused. We've written down the 2 damage. That's a missed window. It's not.
Yeah.
Also, I really wanted to win at that point, so I was being very strict on the rules, you know.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to like the competitive level, it's always like you should be really.
Yeah. And if you're on like win it in level, then you know you need to be playing like you're on the win it in, you know.
Yeah. So now the pistol shot. I can't see from Wayne's hand, but we should be expecting like probably some 0 cost attack here.
Yeah, just a straight up 4 block. He can't afford to take any more damage. He also has Quell as an option, but that depends how many blues he's got left. No, I think it was a Teclo Pounder.
Yep.
I think it was a 2-cost Teclo Pounder. I don't think he could afford to.
So I think we're seeing the last turn here, probably from Mortal side. with 2 cards left in his deck, 4 available resources in hand, 1 in arsenal. We should be like also try to. Oh,
I don't think so. I think this game probably has a bit more to go.
really?
Yeah, just because, like he's just going to pitch a blue and shoot twice, right? That's fine. The question is, does that threaten enough to keep him in the game, right? You know, we see Draco Ultima in the Dromai's hand, but he's not going to be able to play that, right?
Yep.
But he might have arsenaled a burn the wall, and then it's probably GG.
Yep.
But if it's not that, then it could still be. I don't know. There could still be some life left in it.
Actually, we're still seeing some good attacks come in. 4 to 4.
Nice.
For 4.
You see, he's still got. This is the thing, as I said. If he's still got some teeth left, then he's not in a bad situation at all.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the problem is that Dromai doesn't really want to go to 1. And the real problem here, which is why Dash might actually win, is that the pistols are coming in for 4. So it is very much a case of you can't block all that damage unless you've got a blue, in which case you need to quell here.
Yep.
But like, so if he has a blue in hand, we could very much see like just and a burn the ball at Arsenal. Then it's just block, quell, block, quell, block, quell.
For 12
And then you're kind of hoping that these last 2 cards in his hand just aren't playable, right?
Yeah, but then like looking at the last card that he has in arsenal, I'm suspecting that it's gonna be another boost attack available. So probably like blocking 12 may not be enough here. Oh, it's actually down to 1. So we're probably not seeing another blue hits and ass for the quell, as you mentioned. And it's a red, it's a blue, it's a yellow one. So
Well, I mean, that's literally best case scenario for
definitely.
Dash, for Dromai, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. We're seeing 2 pistol shots for 4. I think this is going to be
the game, actually.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Unless there's like a sync below at Arsenal.
Yeah. Still, but then he still have like 1 hidden card in his arsenal from Mortal as well. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And we're seeing actually burn them more.
I suspect the hidden card in Arsenal is like a techno pound or just something he didn't want in his hand, right? I suspect it's not actually a great card. Just something he was tired of drawing, you know.
And that's the game because he didn't have, and we've got payload at the end.
Oh
wow! And that's the game. Wow, really well played from both of them. And
yeah, so you see what I mean, like the Dash player knows that actually his win is not the shooting the pistol every turn for 2. He needs to do something else on top of that. But that's a good enough threat to keep his opponent locked down and set up the thing he needs to do, the payload or whatever.
Yep.
That was a really good game. I think both players did really well.
I really like a showcase of like how their skills as well. Yeah, how good they are, how good these classes are. Down to 2 and 1, and like playing as a hybrid, like boosting and also like shooting pistol backshare. I think. Sorry. Yeah.
You know me. I mean, I like to comment on people's plays. I don't really feel like either of them, and we couldn't see the Dromai player's hand most of the time.
Yep.
Certainly the Dash player, it felt like he made a lot of good choices.
Yeah, definitely.
Cleared dragons at the right time, attacked face at the right time. Really, it was just a bit of luck as to whether or not he boosted an induction chamber or something that would have made the game easier for him.
Yeah.
But he definitely. It feels like they both played really, really well.
Definitely. Again, yeah, we can see the last chance qualifier here, Mortal, actually going to top 4 here, going to semi-final, and we'll see how he does it. So I've actually got other games in terms of the winners of the previous game, the other tables. So here we got Mortal as a Dash player. We got Sing winning against Alex Briar. So Sing is playing Oldhim. And then we got Pudding winning against Kelvin. So Pudding is on Briar. And then CWK playing as Oldhim against Kaiser Icelander. And CWK won the game. So we're seeing 2 Oldhim, 1 Dash, and 1 Briar in our semi-final here.
And who is the Dash against?
That's let me double check. I guess that should be Oldhim in this next match.
Okay, that's good for Dash.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely. So yep.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The whole last chance qualifier to national champion. I'm here for that story.
Yeah, I'm rooting for that too.
I don't know any of the other players, so I'm not. Well, I know Kelvin. I've played against Kelvin in the online armories and stuff, but I don't know any of the other players that well. So I'm just rooting for that underdog story. I think that's what people want to see from these kind of events. Someone going in last chance qualifier, international champion, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because that shows that it isn't over until it's over. It's not over until you've gone to that Friday night. You've gone to that. And it's just that's the sort of thing where great game stories are made, right?
Definitely. And also it's like great story to tell on stream as well. Like letting people know, wow, we're actually seeing him from the last championship, and we got the witness for him winning this championship. So we'll look forward to that and see how other players play against. Obviously, this is such a high level game that we're seeing every player here should be like every has a chance. So we will have a look, and let's have a short break and for the players to set up for the semi-final, and we'll have to do some updates, and we'll see each other shortly.
Yeah, need to grab some water.
Yeah, same here. All right. In terms of the
Yeah, so I mean, we see the fatigue strategy just really developing here. You know, it's I'm coming in for 7. We see the fatigue strategy just really developing here. You know, it's I'm coming in for 7. The fatigue strategy just really developing.
Oh, sorry for the audio setup. There was something happening to the stream. Sorry. Yeah. So we are seeing 3 cards lay down for CWK.
Yeah, blocking this much this early though, and being forced to spend 3 cards to do it isn't really great. You know, you're really, I wouldn't say risking things, but it's really just not great. Yeah, because then Rosetta just comes in, makes you have a bad time.
Just in case, I just checked the audio. Probably the intro part was missed just now, but just in case people are coming in and wondering who the players are. On the right here we have CWK, on the left we have Pudding, and yeah, Oldhim playing against Briar. Still pretty early in the game here. Eight damage.
Yeah, that's nice. Earth'll surge into a E-strike. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
And go again, and also we're gonna see probably Rosetta Swing too. So yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, and an Arsenal card. I mean, that's kind of everything you want, right?
Yep. So I think we mentioned earlier, it really seems that CWK is going for a fatigue strategy here.
Yeah, but it's tricky to do when this much damage is coming in, and the Rosetta damage is coming in as well. But it means we could be here for a while on this one. If he takes this long on every block, then this game is going to be...
it's going to last a while.
It's going to last for a while.
I was going to mention like his previous game, but for CWK against Icelander, it ended earlier than the Dromai against Dash game. So
okay.
Yeah. So
okay, so there is hope. There is hope.
That is hope. That's hope. But like, they block differently though.
I'm just letting you know I have places to be in like 8 hours time. You know?
Hopefully it won't last that long. I mean, just one game left. Finger crossed. No.
Briar spent 2 cards, and dealt 3 damage. That's pretty good.
And then classic hammer swing from the Oldhim.
Yeah, hammer swing Arsenal. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ooh, and and it's actually not bad, but it's, the frostbite might be critical for him.
Oh, because is it an all red hand?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
I think the electrify.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's an all red hand.
And Sotomar, but then Sotomar should be.
No, so tomorrow should be blue.
Yeah.
If that's a red, then things have gone wrong. Mistakes have been made.
So while looking at like the top 8 match, top 4 match, well, I know that you have been played in the UK National. So looking at the play style, so you've been casting yesterday and today. Is there any difference that you spot against those players from different region, at least from Hong Kong and also from the UK?
Like, no, but then that's because there's such a range of different types of players in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So like, we see more aggro Oldhims, we see more defensive Oldhims, we've seen more aggro Briars, we've seen more Briars who are willing to set up a bit more, and that's exactly what we see in the UK as well. So it is very much, similar in that regard, that they're both advanced metas with people who adopt different play styles, and because of that, they, there's a lot of range and depth, right? Which is kind of what you need.
Yep.
It means the game is thriving.
Yeah, that's a good thing too, definitely. And also, obviously compared to the play base, probably the UK has a lot more compared to Hong Kong. Still, means that
it's definitely a very competitive player base in the UK.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say that it's like better than Hong Kong or worse than Hong Kong. I think there's lots of. I don't think it's a straight comparison.
Yeah,
I will say that if you look at the ELO before this weekend, the UK is top on constructed and limited. So,
definitely.
I'm just putting that out there.
and I think yesterday we talked about like how blitz is a thing in Hong Kong, where comparing to the UK, say you mentioned that people hate it, and so I think it's like different competitive scenes that we are seeing, for sure. And really, like the regions, has its own unique. Like Vietnam plays only blitz, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
hate is a strong word. There's
Sorry.
definitely, there's definitely some people who quite like blitz in the UK.
Yeah.
But it depends where you are.
Yeah.
We've got some like newer communities as well. Like it's not all just people like me. It's not all just go. So there are some communities that are new and are still enjoying blitz. And some communities where like they can only meet on like a weeknight for 2 or 3 hours, right? And then in that case, blitz is perfect. So,
yep. Probably using the word hate is a bit too strong, but then just preferable preferable, what is it called, format. Yeah. So
I just need to know you guys don't just paint this the wrong way.
Yeah.
All those guys in the UK, they hate flesh and blood. It's like, well, is that what's going on?
But that's a good thing. Like each format, like Flash and Blood, is available. Like for seal format, limited formats, classic constructed, blitz, like they all have their player base who like them.
Yeah.
And there's such a huge variety as well. So like you always can find a way to enjoy this game in your own format. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a very flexible game, and I would say very fun in most formats. The main thing is just what do you want to play and how much you enjoy it. Oh, okay. So a red choke slam coming in here. So for those of you not familiar, this does 4 or more damage. Briar Briar's attacks will not be able to gain bonus damage, which of course is very relevant because we see he has a Channel Man Heroic and a Force of Nature in his hand.
Yeah. Oh wow. What a turn they came together, but then I don't think he's gonna.
No, it's not. It's not the worst turn for this to happen because he doesn't have the Earth Blue to pitch for the Channel Man Heroic, so he wasn't going to get the big combo Force of Nature turn anyway. But he might have top decked one with Sonata. That would have been fun.
Ooh. But he's just blocking for. Oh, there's a body embodiment over there, so he's blocking for 4.
Yeah. But did he only block for 4? Because Chokeslam comes in for 8. Maybe he's thinking, I'm not gonna buff my cards.
This time.
Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Yep. And
The crush effect should be active.
I thought. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think if you're Briar, you're just trying to clear out your arsenal so that you can get that Channel Man Heroic put in there,
Right. So far we're seeing a hit for the Sonata Arcanix. That's good. I think, as mentioned yesterday, like having Electrify is a interesting choice for the Briar deck tag, and we're seeing it just play here. Probably also.
I mean, I quite like it. It gives you your go again token. If you attack a couple times, they're probably going to take 3 damage.
I'll also draw a card too.
Yeah, exactly, and it replaces itself, which means if you play it off Tunic, you get basically a free card draw replacement. And the thing I will say is that a lot of Briars in the UK aren't running Tunic. They're running they're running Belittle Tunic, or they're running the Ether Ironweave. So in that response, Ether Ironweave is not as good as Tunic with Electrify, so definitely. It kind of pushes you into a different game.
And playing Coaster for 4 damage, though potentially for 7 because of the Electrify. So if he's planning to not block it, potentially got a quicken token or maybe a card draw. And
I have a feeling he's going to block this.
Yeah, me too. Alright. I guess we're gonna see every damage here being blocked out, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy. This is one of those things that really just depends on the style of Oldhim deck, because players I know in the UK would happily take 3 damage to play that Chokeslam red again. But if you're playing Fatigue, you just keep that life total as high as possible.
And we see already 2 Swarming Gloomfairs being played by Pudding here. So seeing less of those comboing with Channel Man. Okay. So 0
Briar
damage
to take-
out.
Yeah, that's okay. But I think the Arsenal, the Channel Mount Heroic, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so he's fine. He's
Yep.
in a good position still.
And another Force of Nature draw on top deck.
Very nice.
He's in a
Yeah.
very good position. But then the problem is, does he has any attack action cards to go with?
Yeah, so he has to pitch the Force of Nature so he can come in with an Autumn's Touch, which is not... It's not great.
Yeah, it's not ideal for him for sure.
It's not amazing. I mean, he's coming in for 8, but 8 is very easily blocked by Oldhim.
Yep.
So,
And after being blocked, you can see also always threatening back like a Hammer Swing as well.
yeah, but he's just doing this so that Oldhim can't keep a full hand with like a control effect or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's just making sure that Oldhim has to dedicate 2 cards to block. Right, which is fine. I mean, it is fine. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Ah, you see,
Nice.
because he left Oldhim with those cards. The other Chokeslam comes out.
Yeah. This card is really threatening here, right? Because of the putting here might want to use the buff from Channel Mount for his card. He has to block it out.
Yeah, but then in this kind of situation, you know, you're just thinking, okay, 2 pieces of armor and a card from hand. Keep 3 cards, turn off the crush effect, still have a good time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then hopefully you draw something good off Gorgonian Tome.
Yep. And he also got Sonata Alchemist, so both
Yeah.
cards help him draw cards from the deck for sure.
The only real argument here for not is that if you draw like an Earth card off the Sonata, you could potentially keep the Mount Heroic around for another turn. But I don't think you really count on that. I think you just need to keep the buff and just hope you draw another attack action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you play the Pulse and then play the Gorganian Tome and draw the cards you just pulsed. But that seems a bit greedy. Yeah, we see a sync below. That's perfect. So you can sync the Pulse, hopefully get another...
Earth card that he has. And that's good.
No, but he sunk his other Earth card, so he was kind of hoping for a better attack action, I think, or something with Go Again.
Yep.
Because now he's going to have to E-Strike, which is fine, but, you know, firstly, I guess we see what he draws from Gorganian Tome.
Electrify.
Not great. Not great.
Not great. And well, there's different ways to go around this. Either by for me, I would like probably play Sonata Alchemist and looking to create the landing embodiment, and then draw a card from my E-Strike, pitching something that I don't want, probably the Electrify.
I was gonna say the exact same play. Yeah. Get the Go Again, play the E-Strike, draw a card, and then yeah. Because the worst comes to worst at that play, you just reset it to finish off.
Yep.
But you know.
And there's still a chance to like keeping the Channel Mount, right? Because of
Oh, is that a blue Earthlore Surge?
yeah, F4, yeah, blue one.
It must be, yeah. So he's paying 2 for that. He's getting. Ooh, this is good.
Yeah.
He's getting another Earth card and an Exude Confidence that he can give Go Again to. This is pretty big.
So really like up to him to choose which card to get in hand.
Yeah, this is pretty big. I like it.
So we're potentially seeing the Channel Mount here over here staying for another turn. That's huge for him.
Yeah. It's beautiful. As an Oldhim player, I hate to see it, but it is beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. All right. We see that he's picking up the extra confidence.
Is he taking 2 exude confidence?
Just one.
Oh,
yeah, he couldn't pick one. Yeah.
oh, that's such a shame. That would have been so good if he had been able to take both of those.
Yeah. The extra confidence is good here because it stops. Well, although there's a window for the Oldhim players to actually.
Yeah, but only trigger reactions.
Yeah.
Only trigger instants, not trigger reactions.
Yeah.
So you can still crown, but he doesn't have an arsenal.
Oh yeah,
so
that's
he
true.
He could Oasis Respite, but that's not the real threat, you know.
Alright. So we can see like a new play line from put inside, probably playing Exude, and then with E-Strike, then he can go again and lastly swing with his Rosetta. So max out the value from this Channel Heroic.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of nuance here. Oldhim is just basically trying to figure out the most efficient way to block.
Yeah, definitely.
And he knows he's getting resetted as well, so he's just trying to figure out how to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think ultimately on the Channel Heroic turns, you do bleed a bit of damage. There's not much you can do to stop it completely. You know, you kind of have to just accept that a bit of it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and he also has a pummel, which is box of 2 only. So.
Yeah, that's not great. So he's going to bleed 6 damage, which is pretty rough. And then the Rosetta comes in.
Yep.
And he takes another. Oh, yeah.
Done 17. So it's like really good time for putting side. Like, there's like there's 10 damage click through, 11, 12 damage click through actually.
Yeah. Suddenly that life lead just evaporates.
Yep.
And, you know.
And then he also joined the second Channel Hero here. So. Oh.
Yeah. No, this is okay, right?
Yep.
Because that Channel Heroic just goes in Arsenal. And,
Yep.
You know, it buys Oldhim a turn to get some control.
Definitely.
But, you know, that's okay. It's not the end of the world, right, to have those options.
Okay, we're seeing a 7 damage snatcher.
Yeah. I mean, it can't get go again, but that's fine. It's just keeping the pressure up, right? And then because the thing is, you want the Chalabat Heroic in play because you want to draw the 5-card hand, and then you could go next turn the huge Chalabat Heroic. Now, if Oldhim has a second Hypothermia, that's pretty lit. But without that, I think he'll be in dire straits.
Yep. Right. So using a Tunic Resource for a shield. Oh, it's good. And he's actually taking 6 damage here.
Oof. Okay, so the fatigue strategy is out the window then.
Yeah. I'll be just curious, like, what other cards he has in hand that makes him. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, but his opponent still has all of his armor.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he does play defense reactions. So, this is a risk. Like, this isn't an I win button.
So 9 damage
probably,
dominate.
Yeah, we'll probably see this blocked for like 7.
Mm-hmm. At least 7.
He'll just take 2 damage and have a bit of a worse turn.
Mm-hmm.
The only real thing that massively impacts the game is that he loses
This Chanaman,
Chalabat Heroic, and that's the second one gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once the third one is gone, it becomes much easier for Oldhim to start fatiguing.
Yep. Here, like putting his thinking what card to use to block here.
Yeah, I mean they're both blocked for 4. It's kind of just like which one do I need in my arsenal versus which one do I want to get rid of now. And he's probably not going to play the pulse, so it's not a bad idea to just block with it.
Yep. I saw someone in chat mentioning this Oldhim player looks familiar with his outer Oldhim. Is it the guy with all gold equipment? Yes, it is.
Oh wow. I don't know. Where I come from, we say some people have more money than sense. But I guess if you like a game enough, then you want you want the best skin for it, right? You want the best.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
The best aesthetic. This is just the equivalent of buying the super ultra premium skin in like League of Legends or Genshin. Genshin Impact, right? You know.
Getting your favorite characters, getting the equipment besting. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
exactly.
like it's also how people like are dedicated and loving this game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let me just drop 10 grand on the equipment for this game. Functionally the same, but you know, it looks so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have one of those EA tunics sitting on my desk. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won 2 last year.
Wow.
And I ended up selling one and then
Keeping one of these because like there's no longer available out there, right? I remember seeing the Twitter post that LSS put out. They crushed those.
Oh wait, is this a gold tunic or is this a EA tunic?
I'm not too sure. I can't tell from here, but to my understanding, it should be a gold tunic.
I do not have any of the gold tunics. I have the other one, which is very very nice, but not not quite as expensive. Yeah. Yeah, CNC crown. Then take 4 damage and keep a full card. And sensible plays. Ooh, yeah, this is a decent hand actually. So Sonata, then Nimblism, then Exude Confidence for 7. And a hit. A red snatch.
That's a very good hit too.
Yep. Yeah. This is nothing else to say. It's just really nice.
It's just a good card.
You see, how you win at Flash and Blood is you play the good cards. And you don't put the bad cards in your deck. And then once you've done that, you know, you win the game.
But there's so many good cards, right? You have to pick the ones that suits the most for the playstyle.
Yeah, that's the real challenge. Is the designers keep making really strong cards. And you have to plan what you actually want to do.
See the Carnal Seed activated.
Yeah, just sort of standard blocking. It's interesting to see him pitch a 3-block card to do it, though. Usually, it's what you do with your 2-block cards, so you don't have to.
All right.
Yeah, just a nice block. But his opponent still has 3 cards in hand, so it's a bit tricky.
It's an 8 damage block, so sort of stop the Exude Confidence as well. Oh, I got pumped.
5分鐘時間。PTI players, there's 15 minutes left in the round. 15 minutes left in the round.
So in response to the instant, he got to play the Blizzard there. Interesting.
Yeah, and then because it's not going to get go again, you just pump it a little bit more. And then you're still, it's coming in for 9, blocking for 5, so take 3 damage down to 6.
I think he actually
It's not-
paid for the blizzard, so keeping the last card, so he's got go again.
Oh, did he? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
He
Yeah.
didn't pump the second time.
Yeah, so the guy goes down to 6, and you get to reset them. This game is looking like it won't be going on for much longer. Let's put it that way.
As for now, we are seeing it's quite favored to the Briar player here.
Yeah, exactly. That's not to say that Oldhim still couldn't just like turtle up and get through, but there's still a Chalabar heroic left in the deck. That's going to make that very difficult.
And also we see Tunic resource available, Snack Dragons available for the Briar player. So we'll see how CWK pilot his deck here. Oh, okay.
Hypothermia. It's a good time for it, but it might be a little too late.
And obviously we're seeing 2 channel mounts being played by putting like really good values that he gained from there. So another Frost of Nature.
Oh, very nice. Okay, yeah, Tome of Harvests. Not the best draws there, but you know.
And without go again, I don't think there's like actually any cards that have built-in go again in his hand, right?
No. We haven't. There's not even that many in his deck, to be honest. So yeah, Rune Shot. Another non-attack action to get a quicken token, maybe.
Yeah.
And then just pass the turn. That seems a bit calm, but you know, it's not a bad idea.
But it's guaranteeing
And that means
himself to the bottom. Recycle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So that's weird.
But then,
So he's just
interesting.
I think his opponent's just riding him, but doesn't have go again. No. He's just eating the embodiment of lightning.
Yes, blocking all the arcane damage out.
Yeah, I mean this is a really easy block for Oldhim. The main question is just what's his control to stop this happening again next turn. And he must be thinking in his hand, you know, does this guy have a lightning press? You know? Because that's an easy way to lose this game, is just to a cheeky little lightning press that comes in over the top.
Yeah, definitely. I think Step here is trying to count how many lightning presses being played here. And I don't think we have seen any being used so far.
Yeah. I mean, there might not be any in this list. I don't remember from yesterday.
I did see one held by Pudding in previous turn, so I think he's running those.
PTI 玩家而家仲有
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, so it could be crucial here. Just
Yep, definitely.
Oldhim will block with some equipment, block with some cards, and then keep an Earth React probably.
Oh, he's expecting the batting press as well.
Yeah, but the problem is if you block like this, he just doesn't play the lightning press. You need to have a reaction to get it out of his hand.
Yep.
So you're safe with that play, but you don't gain much.
All right, we're wasting Final Crush. This might buy him some time.
Oh yeah, this is very good.
And I'm putting time with CH on the mount, so hopefully he would block his, clear out his arsenal and put it in.
You see the channel out with another full red hand, I think.
Yep.
Which is not great.
Obviously, we know that he has 2 channel mount because the Sotomore put 1 back at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
There's a very good chance you just block here and then just attack with that snatch or something. Just threaten some life. So he has to keep blocking. It seems like Pudding is willing to give up his second channel mount here. Yeah, I mean, I think just having the other one probably gives him a bit more confidence. Okay, lightning surge from Arsenal into snatch is perfect here.
Yeah, definitely.
It threatens enough damage that Oldhim's going to have to give pretty much all of his hand. Oh, and the tunic as well. Oh, grim.
But then,
Just to stay alive.
Yeah, just stay alive and holding a card left.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
That card is really crucial, right? Because Oldhim players is just running 1 arcane barrier here, so having a card in Arsenal helps to block to reset this one as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's so important. Okay, so not the most aggressive hand for Briar, which is a shame. Scarf for Scarlet or Surge sink below Exude. And then an Arsenal. You've just got another 0 for 4, but
they don't really connect together because with Snapdragon they probably can connect a bit.
I was gonna say you could just snaps here and then just present 8 damage again, but it doesn't win you the game. It just stops your opponent from doing too much.
I think he might be considering playing the F-Loss Surge.
It's easier to block if that damage is all in one place, though. This is the problem.
We do have to keep in mind that he has like a tunic resource available as well, so that can be like maybe saving a card in his arsenal, swing with the Rosetta Pawn at the end. So we'll see.
I don't think he'll get the go again unless he Snapdragons. Then maybe he just Snapdragons to get the go again for the Rosetta. Yeah, that's pretty good. Paying for it is more of a challenge, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah. I think the best turn here is Earthwall Surge, Exude, Snapdragons into Rosetta. I think that's probably, it's an 11 damage turn. Very hard to block all of it.
Definitely. Oh, then here, I think he's looking for something else. We'll see.
Okay. Exude's not a terrible play by itself either, because you're saying to your opponent, how many blues do I have in my hand? And Exude could get quite big, so the Oldhim player might just be forced to block with his whole hand here.
Definitely.
Or take a gamble.
And with one tunic resource available, you can see probably he can pump it up by twice. Like he had 1 blue and 2 reds. So.
Yeah, I mean we know how much he can actually pump it up for.
Yeah.
But you don't. It's interesting. He didn't trigger the tunic. He didn't trigger the tunic, and he kept the card in his hand. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure about that.
I think. Not too sure. I think they're working on the resolve process here.
Yeah, it's just weird because he didn't trigger Crown. But Crown does technically work right now, so it's fine. So he could crown now. Yeah. Even if he pumps it, he can still crown.
Yep.
So it's not a big deal.
Alright, there's a second pump.
Yep. It all kind of depends where he does the pumps, right? If he does them in the defense step, so after you block, there's a window to do it. Then there's no window. Well, there's always a window basically to act. But there's no window to react, so you can't use like trigger Oldhim or something like that.
Yeah.
But you could always crown of seeds. This is what people. They're like, oh, if I do this, then it turns it off. It's like there's never a window you can't trigger crown of seeds.
So we see that the Oldhim player is blocking for 5, whereas the Extra Confidence is coming for 8 damage here.
Yeah, I think he maybe miscalculated a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah. He doesn't have an Earth card. He can't play a defense reaction.
Yep.
He didn't expect it to get buffed that much.
I guess that's the game. Although we see him having another defensive action, probably because of the pump, he couldn't play it out. So, good game to put in. Well, both players have done a great job playing really well. So, yeah.
Oh, he was hoping to get a CNC pummel next time.
probably.
Yeah, that would have been good, but you have to survive first, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yep. So congratulations to put in here. Briar player going to the final. And well, I think there's one more table going on. So we'll be right back after we have the results, and then then we can take a short break here, and we'll see you later.
Amazing. See everyone soon.
All right, so the players are having a 5-minute break right now, and we already got the final standing here. We have Mortal playing against Pudding. Mortal player was a Dash player we had in the first game, and Pudding was a Briar winner, just we had from our last game here. So, Silver, what's your prediction on this game here? What's your thought?
Well, as I said just before the stream starts, I think this is going to be a fast game. We saw from the first Dash game that, like, they had the 3 Teklo cores, they had all of a setup for a really aggressive go-off. And I think we should expect to see that, see that in effect, see that happening. I think the real question will be, like, how much disruption and card draw Briar sees early on.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I've definitely seen this game get blown out of the water by an early Force of Nature channel about Heroic, right? When Dash just couldn't block enough, right? Couldn't stop it,
Yep. And also, just now, when we were having the first game, we did see Mortar actually having 3 Tackle Pounder. So we can see quite the aggressive build that he can actually pivot into. So I agree on that. It's about who's quicker, and it's gonna be a fast game for sure. So so when we just look at a top 8 match and then top 4 match and then now to the final, like Mortal and Pudding, we'll see them playing. Obviously you don't know them. And I heard that you're rooting for the Dash player here. Are you still rooting for a Dash player, or do you want to see another Briar win here?
I don't want to see another Briar win. Though I would like to see Briar get some more Living Legend points, so we'll be fine if Briar wins. No, but as I said, I'm rooting for the Dash player simply because, it's just a good story. Not in the national championships, comes to the LCQ, plays in the LCQ, and then the next day, goes into Nats and just goes all the way to the top table, right? That's the story. That's the story I want to win today. It's not to say that the Briar player hasn't earned the right to win as well. It's just, from the outside, I just want to be able to tell people that story, to be honest. I want to be able to spread the word that, you're not out of the tournament until you're not out of nationals until you've tried everything. You're not out of the tournament until you've played the last game, right? Yeah,
definitely. For me, if you're going for the Dash player now, I'm going to rooting for the Briar player here, just to be fair for both of them. But I guess both of them have shown like high level skills. Like both of them deserve the win here, and it's just really the matter of like maybe a bit of luck here and how to plan and execute of the gameplay they are showing in the game here. So we're gonna see, who's gonna win this title here. I think everyone's gonna like wanting this national championship champion, right? And I guess so this is gonna be a very exciting match for sure.
That is one thing that is guaranteed, is that this is going to be a very exciting match.
Definitely.
Both players have kind of shown that they're very, very good. The Briar player is sequencing turns very well, making sure to get every point of damage effectively. And this Dash player, this Dash player has played through Briars already this tournament. He's played through Dromai's already this tournament. We saw him against the Dromai, but he must have played against multiple Briars as well, just given that there were 22 here. So this is probably a matchup he's practiced a lot and is very ready for as well. So
definitely. So we'll be seeing this very soon. I think just in a minute or two, they will be setting up the tables and getting ready for the match. And do stay tuned for viewers here. After casting for the national championship, we will be always also streaming for the Pro Tour Invitations match. So we'll be, although I think me and Silver here will take a break from there, but please do stay along and have a look and root for the players here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I was going to say I'll probably drop off at that point, but it'll be up to you guys if you want to commentate the PTI.
For me, I'll be dropping off as well. Probably we will have for the players here to just showcase, leave the stream on and let people have a watch on the stream.
Okay. Yeah.
And also, I spoke with the organizer here. We will have the winner, either by Mortal or Pudding here up the table here with us. We're gonna have a short interview with them, and we'll have a look and hear about their insight into this championship here for sure. So I personally really look forward to the game, especially I personally like Dash more in terms of the hero. So I would like to see how Dash actually plays into this meta, because I'm more like a casual player here. I didn't find.
Mortal 同埋布丁打到去 National 嘅 Top Finals 位，咁啊而家佢哋嗰度就即將開始。
We're cheering for top table here.
Oh, that's nice.
好，今日嘅 Finalist Meta 就會係 Dash 對 Briar，咁啊我哋再睇睇啦。好。
Alright, so I think the players are getting ready now. They are getting the table set up. So let's hop on to the game screen here. Oops, sorry. I haven't changed it.
That's all right.
There's still time for me. Alright, let's change the hero art. Okay, so wow, that came a long way to the final table here. Hours of streamings, and finally we are seeing the last game of this national championship Hong Kong. So on the left here we have Pudding, the players that we just saw from the last game, and Morto, who was in our first featured game today. Briar against Dash. So I guess Silver has mentioned it's about a game of who's quicker, and probably we're seeing Tackler Panda as a setup, right? Rather than the Chamber for sure from the Dash player here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we are oversimplifying it a little bit. I mean,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
you know, Briar has added defense reactions. Briar has a lot of armor. Briar's still going to be trying to set up a good turn, right? So it's not just going to be about the race, but there's definitely going to be like some very crucial pivot turns and more of an aggro mindset, right? So, you know, they are going to be looking for the best way to deal damage and the most optimal way to deal damage, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be, you know, blocking, or that, you know, they are going to pick their moments to present the damage. It's not going to be like a fire mirror where it's just I stab you, I stab you, I stab you.
Definitely. And again, I think we mentioned a lot of time yesterday, like this is a healthy meta. We're actually seeing like lots of heroes being played, and also Dash and the final table here. Briar is something that maybe we are expecting it, but having Dash here on the final table is quite fascinating as well. While the players are setting up, I do see some chat going on, and welcome people. We are now at the final of this National Champions Series, and yeah, so Dash player Morto, actually he did show a mixture. He had a quite, I would say, mid-range setup. He did play Chamber and Purify in his deck as well, but we also see 3 Tackle Panda just now from this game. So we are expecting to see probably more an aggro pivot here, but yeah, as I think Stephen mentioned here, it's about the setup. It's about who has quicker access to the resource, and see who, manage to chip the damage through.
Yeah, exactly. This is either way. This is going to be a great matchup between two great players who've earned their place at the finals of a national championship. You know, they should be feeling really good about themselves, about how they've got to this place, and
Definitely.
you know, everything that's coming through that way.
All right, both of them are shuffling each other's deck. Just by the way that they like shuffling now, it's like, is it like, as you mentioned, counting the cards that the opponents has in deck as well, knowing more information and when to
Yeah,
it's back.
that's fine. The problem is more that like pile shuffling is just not random. It's the only way to say it, right? It's just not. It's not random. So, you know,
And
Can't
also, it's like
rely on
checking.
it.
Yeah, can't rely on it, and definitely. So here's like Moto is like, oh yeah, feels like, oh, some of Steve's is broken, and gonna change on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to like do all that kind of due diligence stuff, like
Yep.
check their sleeves, count
Definitely.
the cards in the deck, especially before a big matchup like this.
Yes.
But you know, yeah, it's just pile shuffling. I just don't like it.
yeah.
It just makes,
Oh, I thought.
just
Yeah.
make, you know, it just makes me think, oh, that deck isn't shuffled. Okay, maybe go shuffle your deck then. This is very interesting that no one I know in the UK Puffleshires, pile shuffles like this. Like they just deal them out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They don't lay them out like this. So that's a regional difference for you.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, once again, for viewers who just came in, let me introduce both players here. On the left here, we've got Puddingtown. He's actually part of a blue pitch team. You can see all his teammates' card sleeves over there, and he has been top 8 and champions of multiple big tournaments in Hong Kong. Whereas we have Dash player Moto here. He was the qualifier for the last chance qualifier match, and then he came all the way to the final table here. So both of them obviously has played really, really well to get to this point. So we'll be hoping to see, how they play into this one. And wow, look at that talent shot that the Dash player bring in.
There is no mercy. There is no surrender. There is only aggro dash.
Yeah.
There is only boost. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So it's gonna be a very, very what should I say? What's the word? Combat heavy, back and forth game we're seeing here.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's actually flesh and blood then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Alright.
Flesh and blood in the flesh and blood.
Yes.
With the flesh and blood.
Alright.
Okay, so
T-bone boost.
yeah, 1 T-bone isn't good, but 2 T-bones in this matchup, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see.
Ooh, speaking of 2 T-bones. There it is.
Yeah, straight away. Yeah, I mean it's just 1 point on the gloves right now, but you know, he needs 3 to destroy something. But at least 1 point of armor off the gloves can be a pretty big start to a game.
Definitely. now to Briar's player turn. I think worth mentioning here, for the new joiners here, Moto as Dash player has won all six match yesterday for his first round, whereas Pudding here is a 5-1. So both of them has played really well as well for the first round yesterday.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, you didn't have a draft section, so both of these players have really earned their place in the CC finals.
Yep.
Whereas in some of the other matchups, it's like, well, you've earned your place in a final, but it's you drafted your way there, so it's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. $13 damage in first turn. Wow.
Wow.
The Dash player must have some really good cards with him.
The Dash player is he's just trying to take tempo, right? He's just going straight in to try and get his what he needs.
I guess I'll just I didn't see what he has in first turn though, but probably maybe the maximum velocity in the arsenal. I'm ready for the turn there, but we'll see. So start with throttle, boosting, success. So can't tell how many damage on there until the last no.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be boosting success every single time he boosts.
Definitely. So it's coming for 8 damage, right? Yep, 8 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad.
And from Pudding's hand, you can see that he got a Scar for Scar, Erase Face. Those cards just only blocks for 2.
Yeah, this is where Briar does start to have a bit of trouble, because she has that whole my cards are not actually very good at blocking at all problem, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So she has to kind of play around the fact that she needs to get that that embodiment token, and if she doesn't, then she actually really struggles with with a lot of stuff.
Hey, then followed by Taller Shot there.
Yeah, why not, right? It's 4 free damage if your opponent isn't blocking.
Oh, China Mao, Scar for Scar, 7 damage.
Yep.
Unfortunately that he's not like lower health than Mortal here, so no go again.
Yeah, but this is still very important because he's getting the he's getting the triggers, he's getting the embodiment of Earth in his hits, which lets him block a lot better. So
definitely.
You know, there's some great stuff. So I think the goal for Dash here really is just to, you know, he needs to try and figure out his hand, right? Because his opponent isn't likely to trigger Talishar here. He doesn't. Oh, sorry, trigger Rosetta. He doesn't have a counter. Doesn't have Go Again. He's not going to Snapdragon. So he is just taking 7 damage. So if Dash is looking at his hand and being like, if I take this, I can threaten, 20 damage. Probably just takes 7 damage, right?
Yep.
The only thing, which is what he's done, but the only thing really to consider is whether or not that embodiment trigger is going to block, like on hits or breakpoints and stuff like that. And that might be a reason to, to block it. But I think just if you've got a good hand that can threaten, double the damage or triple the damage, that's when you just have to go for it, right?
Oh, and we're seeing some defense reaction actually played by Briar play here. Sigil suffering.
Yeah, I don't think that's a mistake.
Yep. I don't think we have seen him play that in the previous turn. So now we have boost attack, 6 damage.
Yeah, but there's 2 things that are going on here with the Sigil of Suffering. The first thing is obviously that Dash often destroys their Achilles Accelerator to get Go Again, and once they've done that, you can chip them in with the Sigil of Suffering. And the other thing is that it just costs resources on their turn that they won't want to spend, right? So you can usually get quite a good advantage out of it in the aggro matchups. Like I've seen Briar play it into Defy, I've seen Briar play it into aggro Oldhim. Especially decks that run low on resources. Like Dash doesn't really run that heavy on resources.
Yep. I guess the players here are really taking extra time to just think very carefully what costs block or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fast game, but it is still the finals of the national championship. Right? They both want to perform, so it's worth taking a bit of time to just plan out what your response is and how you want to handle it. I mean, Dash has what, 1 floating resource, another 2 cards in hand. We could very easily see another 2 boost attacks now. And we have, of course, Teklo Foundry Heart, so he could do 2 boost attacks and then a Talishar.
Yeah.
Or if they're zero cost boost, you could even do a maximum velocity this turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's still some crazy potential on his side of the board for damage.
Definitely. So we are seeing probably full block, I guess, from Brian, but we see yet to know.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect he'll want to get that Sigil of Suffering out of his hand.
Yep, and he drew another one just now. So
Oh, that's a shame.
okay. I think Mortal here actually blocking that arcane damage there.
I don't think he did. He's still got his resource.
I
He
think,
must have. Yeah.
yeah. That one should cost 1 for the attack, right? Let me check.
Yeah, he must have because his opponent took a damage. So. So what are they waiting for now? What are they waiting for now?
I guess Mortal is thinking what to play next, because
Yeah.
the resources are available. We can see a super hit. This is going to be 5 damage with Dominic.
On the surface, this is quite an easy block, right? You just do Sigil of Suffering, but Briar's just probably conscious that he does need the resources for his turn. I don't think he has a non-attack action, so he's going to have a hard time.
Yep. So I guess
Trigger Rosetta, get and go again. So
I do agree, because from looking at Spitting's hand, I think he's sort of worrying, because obviously he didn't have any non-attack action available for him during his turn. But from Briar's perspective, then good thing is the Tekka Pounder is gone, so next turn of boost won't be as threatening for the first attack at least.
yeah, but it looks like this turn has taken his Channel Mount Heroic. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, another high-speed impact.
4 damage here.
Yeah, and then there's the Talishar after
Yep.
this. Yeah. But at least Briar knows there aren't any on-hit effects now. So there aren't any on-hit effects now, which is good.
That's good. And like even if Pudding is using his Sigil of Suffering but it's not okay. I was about to mention that you can still always block for that.
He might just want to arsenal it to get it into his arsenal for a better turn. Nah.
I think it's the right choice to use it here, right? Because there's no resource available to block that 1 sigil damage.
Yeah. His opponent, yeah, and if his opponent wouldn't have triggered Teklo Foundry Cart because he wouldn't have seen the he wouldn't have seen it, you know. He wouldn't have seen the arcane damage incoming, so he wouldn't have blocked it.
Definitely. I think putting here is trying to get his tempo back. Playing the 7 damage here, probably he can choose to Snapdragon it for a go again. And playing out an attack here. There it is. Ooh. There it is. So 14 damage this turn.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy, isn't it? I guess this is worth the Snapdragons just to get the pressure on the board.
Definitely. We are like 3 rounds in, and then the player's already down to 17 and 12.
I said it would be a fast game.
Yeah.
You just, you didn't believe me. You were like, you know.
I was hoping for a bit longer, but yeah, definitely it's gonna be a fast one.
Like, do you even aggro, bro?
I'm not. I play Rhino, so. In another way, soft aggro. I think here for Moto, right, it's really about can he like give out like over 17 damage or maybe 20 damage in his turn.
He's not going to be able to do. He's not going to be able to do 17 damage.
Not.
But this is a pretty good use of the arsenal, like the armor, right? Just to keep your life total high, keep a 3-card hand. Channel Heroic goes away, and it gives you a chance to keep tempo. But obviously, if you're not dealing 17 damage, your opponent might just be like, "That's cute, okay."
I'm gonna just pick everything and then I'm just gonna come out here.
Yeah. See you next turn. I mean, the damage potential is still reasonably high,
Yep.
With the 3-card hand, Dash can usually put out 10, maybe 14.
Yep, and also he has the Tile Shove, so...
I included the Talon Shard
Okay.
in my guess. Yeah, because it's 1 pitch, it's 2 attacks. Maybe you have a 6, a 6 and something else. Yeah.
Obviously, we're looking at Pudding's hand with Nimbus E-Strike. He got his in really good. He's in a really good position as well.
Dash is currently just trying to decide like how aggressive he needs to be. Like it's
Yep.
yeah.
I think, yeah, Goliath gone into throttle. 8 damage. Nice.
Yeah. He's probably thinking, well, look, if I can put maybe 10 or something on the board, maybe even like 12 or 13, Briar will start to block because she'll be a bit worried about an explosive turn, right?
I'm just thinking, like, by any chance, if he's holding on a 0 to 60, a red one, so 4 more damage, and then probably Tanker Foundry, then with a Talisha, so very decent amount of damage this turn, 16.
Yeah, exactly. It's not enough, but it's almost enough.
Yep.
And a lot of people like to block when there's almost enough damage coming at them.
Definitely.
Even when sometimes they shouldn't. Like if you've got a Nimbalism, E-Strike, and Ravenous Rabble as a Briar, you don't block unless this is killing you.
Yeah.
Right? let's be honest.
Yeah. I totally agree on that one. So I say, oh yeah, Pudding has a really good hand this turn too. Okay. Takes the 8 damage.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not saying wow. That's actually what I kind of expected. Ooh, Spark of Genius for a Techno Core. It's not really pressure, but it is very good. Well, his opponent has a full hand, and they're on equal life, so it's not great. He's just checking what else he's got left in his deck. He's like, please God, have something good.
PTI 玩家而家時間就9。
Alright, so we're gonna see how Briar's turn's gonna be.
Yeah, here comes the pain.
Yeah, Ravenous Rebel. And let's see what's the top card. This is crucial, right? Ooh!
Oh, that's a pain.
Yeah.
Still. He's still got that Nimblism, but he's still got that E-Strike that's going to come in for 10. So he's still threatening lethal. I can't remember what the Arsenal is. Do you remember what the Arsenal is?
I forgot to.
Yeah. The problem when they're taking these nice long turns is that you have to keep track of everything for a while.
See, Nimblism, E-Strike. Resource available for his tunic as well. Lots of options you can make here.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is just going to come in for a nice big 10. Oh no, 8, okay.
And because I think he has the tunic, and he's
He has
choosing
the
golden
tunic
green.
counter. Yeah, he has the tunic counter, so this is perfect.
So at least
So
12
covered
now.
8, yeah, exactly, and then another 4.
So we need to at least block with one card.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
There it is, yeah.
Down to 5.
Which is a shame, because if Dash could have done this maximum velocity, it would have been
Yeah. Way to finish it.
P big, right?
Yep.
He's going down to 2.
Yep.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is,
All right.
here we go. 4 cards.
4
right?
cards, and then 2 resources available with the Tekla Pandas. Tekla
And he
Pandas.
knows
Tekla
that there's already 2 sigil suffering, so he might be safe.
And looking at splitting hands, he don't really
TTL
blocks well
而家仲有
with this
5
card.
分鐘時間，5分鐘時間。TTL players, there's 5 minutes left in the round. 5
Ooh,
minutes left
high
in the
octane.
round.
Yeah, that's a good start. As long as he draws something nice.
And that Earth embodiment really helps if Pudding is looking to block this turn.
I mean, he's going to have to end up blocking this turn.
Definitely.
But the Earth embodiment is like the difference between blocking with 1 card and blocking with like 3. Because he has that armor as well, which is really good.
So he's saying a Throttle Bear, 7 damage, 1 extraction point.
Yeah. Still has quite a few spare resources as well, just due to the fact that he had that Tekla core. So it's actually really good for him.
Blocking 4, taking 1.
Yeah. Oh, that Force of Nature blocking for 4 is huge.
Yes.
So huge.
Ooh. Another photo.
Beautiful. I don't know what he's going to do with all his action points, but I guess he just has them, right? He can do whatever he wants.
And I think it's not boosting here because he got the extraction point.
Yeah. Yeah. Why boost if you don't need to, I guess. So he's going to do this. He's got no more resources, but if he has a free attack in hand, he just plays that. Otherwise, he pitches for Talishar, I guess. Just to come in for another 4.
And probably because Pudding is blocking here, I think Mortar is changing his game plan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if his opponent blocks with another card or 2, then he's just going to go into Arsenal, right? But the fact that he's still got 2 cards left means he probably needs to
decide
PTI 玩家
to
時間夠足
go for a tile shot
，PTI
swing.
players time is up。麻煩未完成嘅台 judge 過去處理，唔該。
Okay.
There we go, 3 life, but has an erase face, which is pretty huge into Dash.
Definitely.
The good thing is that most of Dash's cards block for 3, and there's no puddle or anything like that here, so this is a 2-card block, but then the question is how much damage can he put out with only 2 cards in his hand?
Yep. And there's no tile shot available anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
Oh, well, at least he wasn't playing those anyway, right?
Yep. Technical core giving 2 resources available for Mortar here.
I mean, the ideal here is that he has something like a throttle and then a 0 to 16, right, to threaten like 9 damage. But if it's less than that, I don't, he's in trouble.
There is a super hit.
Okay, good. That's a good start. Threatening 4 damage.
We do see Pudding here actually still has all his one block from his tunic and 1 block from his
Well, the good thing here for Dash is that there's no embodiment trigger, so those 2 block cards are just blocking for 2, which is pretty huge. But he could just block for 3, I think, with one of his attack actions, and be pretty happy.
Yep. Ooh, I'm down to 1.
Nice, very nice. Well, he thinks he's got to kill it.
Yeah.
So he's trying to preserve it.
And there's
Okay.
Echo Foundry.
Oh, a payload. Oh my god.
If that's
this
the
is a payload.
case, that would be crazy.
Oh my
We'll see. Oh, another
No.
photo.
It's still good.
It's still
but
good. It's still
if
good.
this-
It's forcing
If this is a
coverage.
bit of payload, oh my god. Yeah, we would have been laughing.
Ooh, and that a soft scarf was got here.
When you're 1 life below your opponent and you're on 1 and 2, scarf for scarf.
And that's
Very
the
much
reason.
feels like-
And that's
feels
probably
like
the
cheating.
reason. Yeah. And that's probably the reason why he just only blocked for 2 back there.
Yeah, exactly. He can set it up perfectly. It's why Scarf Scar is such a good card.
Okay, then we see a snatch.
Yep. Yeah, it's perfect. Threatens a card draw.
Yep.
Requires two cards to block. And once you block with 2 cards, you don't have a weapon.
Yep.
Oh.
And no available resources like no tackle core.
Yeah, exactly. You're in a really rough spot. The best case for dash, you have like a 0 for 4, right?
Yep.
But even then, you're leaving your opponent with a 3-card hand. Yeah. And an arsenal. Yeah.
And also, putting here is actually get his tunic resource available next turn as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, and that's T-bone.
No, but he's not boosting.
He's not splitting.
And also, there's no point in boosting because he'll just block with the 0 gloves.
Yep.
Yeah, just blocking for 3.
Yep. So we're probably seeing the last turn here.
Yeah, nimblism, go again for 7.
All right.
GG.
GG.
Yeah. The second he could get go again and he gets that the Rosetta, it's an easy win.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congratulations
see
to
that.
our winner here. Yeah, cheer for them. Congratulations for
Amazing.
playing as Briar, really well tied, and he's the champion for our event.
冠軍陣間，我哋大家恭喜
It's
佢哋。
fantastic.
Fantastic, fantastic. Everyone here is
Yeah.
cheering for them.
Team Blue Pitch.
Yeah. And that's
There
a
you
tie
go.
for 13.
They were they were on our stream a
大
lot
家
over
開
the
心之後，我
weekend.
哋都要繼續 PTI 嘅活動嘅。咁我哋即將
Oh, he
進行
went.
Round
Oh,
5
I
PTI 嘅
thought that was
比賽。
the gold foil envelope prize. I thought he
麻
went straight.
煩
in there.
National Championship Top 8咧，稍後我哋都會影翻啲相同埋攞翻你嘅獎品嘅。咁
Yeah,
啊，
he's
大
just
家
says
就
we couldn't.
Top 8嗰啲朋友可以去
Sorry,
前
they're having
邊個
announcement here
位
in
置
Thai.
等候啦。
The Pro 2 invitation is
okay.
going on. So yeah, speaking of putting here, congratulations, the champion earning his title here, the champion of national championship Hong Kong. So we'll invite him to over the stream shortly. Probably have a short interview with him, sharing his insight on this game and also his deck tech here, probably maybe. So yeah, we will be back shortly and see you guys very soon. All right, so welcome, Pudding. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, here's our champion earning his title with Briar. How do you feel now?
Literally, my hand is still shaking. And
Yeah, we can tell
Yeah.
from stream. He was shaking in the stream as well. Like his
I'm
hand is
so
like,
nervous.
Yeah. So we have to say, wow, what a game.
Yeah, well, I would say
it's
it's a
amazing.
very close game. Yeah.
Very close game as
Yeah.
well. So playing against Dash, before getting to the game, what was your plan?
Well, actually, because I'm go second, so the first thing is he didn't put an item as turn one. This the I think this is the bigger reason why I won this one. And
Yeah, we were so close.
yeah, well, because my teammate Alan Lau and he played Dash a lot, and I did practice this matchup very much. Yep. And we find out this Briar onto Dash matchup is not just no block and race each other. That's a plan to fatigue the Dash. Especially they didn't bring the pistol, which Mortal didn't. So my first thought is I try to take less damage as much as I can and try to fatigue him. But it depends because my second turn or third turn, I draw the Channel Mountain hero. So I decided to maybe I can raise him.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So I need to switch between the Argo plan or the fatigue plan.
Yeah, I think that Channel Mountain, we actually see on stream as well, it really pay off, right?
Yeah.
You're having the Channel Mountain stay for an extra turn and the 14 damage that turn
Yeah,
really
yeah.
helps to bring on the game, the advantage they had. And as you mentioned, you had a great team together, Blue Page team, and yeah, Alan and I are happy to have this matchup. I think Stephen and I, we were saying in the stream that, oh yeah, Blue Page, we have seen this name a lot today.
Yeah.
And yesterday as well, so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So after the game, winning the game here, is there any critical moment or any like special tactic that you want, other than like trying to be fatigue blocking at the right moment, that you want to like worth mentioning that you think?
Yeah,
bring the team?
I want to mention my other teammate, Shane,
Mhm.
because he is also playing Briar. First, at first, my Briar list didn't have Sing Below.
Oh.
Instead, I play Oasis because I thought it would be much easier for the Icelander matchup or maybe the Bravo matchup, and even the Dorinthea because I know some of players might play Dorinthea and I want to respect them. But literally the last couple hours, Shane told me that he think Sing Below is much better because the Oldhim and the Dash matchup. After he plays Sing Below on the Dash matchup, his win rate is pretty high, I would say, against my other teammate Alan, as I mentioned. Yep. So I really want to thank all my teammates because if Shane didn't tell me Sing Below is that good, I wouldn't play it and I can't win this matchup.
Yeah, congratulations on that. And like, it's a collaborative effort on this title being earned. And also, as you mentioned, you have come along so many games. Like yesterday, 6 games today,
Yeah.
and 3 games. Is there any like memorable matchup that you had like over the 2 days?
Well, I would say it's the matchup with Oldhim's because Oldhim has 2 types, which is Argo and Fatigue, and I really need to guess what my opponent is playing. With my teammates' information, so I know Calvin is on the Argo side, so I discuss how my game plan goes with my teammate. Actually, I play 2 Oldhim in top 8, and I use different sideboard too.
Oh,
Yep.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I play with Calvin. I play 62 deck in case he want to fatigue me. But yeah. But the other Oldhim,
CW case.
yep. I play 65 deck because me and my teammate know he's more like defensive build, and maybe he can fatigue me for
Very sensible.
yeah. Yeah, I didn't mention that, but On the dash matchup, Shane told me we want to sign out all the no defense card, which I did, and it paid off.
Okay. Oh wow. So it's really like the guide and tips that he got from your teammate as well. to help you really get to
we
here.
practice a lot.
Okay. So just maybe you can tell us how many did you practice? How many games did you get to here, like before getting to national championship?
Wow. That's, I would say, definitely over 100.
Oh wow, that's a lot of games.
Yeah, we played Oldhim, Dash, Bravo, Icelander, Dorinthia, and like many, just
Yeah.
all the hero you can see today.
Yeah.
We all practiced.
Oh wow. That's very impressive, and the names that he mentioned is basically what we were seeing as well from yesterday. The methods.
Yeah.
That's true. So yeah, I think I've asked a lot of questions. Steve, have you got any questions for Pudding so far?
No, I think you've covered everything. I mean, are you going to go to the World Championships? Are you gonna compete in California? Is that part of your plan?
Yeah, I would like to go to the World Championship, but some problem is happening with my visa. I tried twice, and yeah, they did refuse me twice, and I was.
Oh, it's such a shame.
Yeah, I'm tempted to try for the first time. Well, hopefully, good luck.
Yeah,
to that.
Hopefully you'll get there.
Hopefully it works.
Yeah, but my other 4 teammates will definitely go to the World Champion. Other than
But
Jack.
it's such a shame if the national champion can't go. 'Cause
Yeah, I really like to go to the World Championship. Yeah, but let's just hoping I can go there.
Yeah, let's
Well,
hope.
even if you can't, you'll have a PTI for next year. You can always go. It might not.
Yeah,
be America again
yeah,
next year,
that's
who
true.
knows? Yeah. Oh well, that's great. Well, hopefully you can make it over there. It'll
Yeah.
be really good to see you competing.
Yeah, definitely. So once again, thank you Pudding for joining us in this interview, and we wish you all the best. And hopefully you can get to the World Championship
Yeah,
as well.
thank
So,
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah. Okay. Thank you. So just gonna wrap up the stream as well. So I want to give big thanks to Silver. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
having you with us. And while we have come a long way, yesterday we streamed a lot, today we streamed a lot, and I understand it's really early in the time. Thank you so much for your help. And just worth mentioning, thank you for Different Dimension TCG as well for hosting this national championship, making it happen. And also all the judges here we have available, and all the staff members help us here. So I hope all people enjoy the stream. I really had fun
Mic check.
with this whole stream
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of really, really good games, and it's been really sort of a pleasure to commentate. So thank you for inviting me to join in. I was very happy to come and say hello, despite being a bit tired during it. It's been a lot of fun. It's been
Yeah,
really, really good.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed the time having you on stream. It's really, really good to commentate these games. It's really exciting to watch as well.
And it's just a reminder that the global player base just gets better and better every year, you know. And you can see people playing from Hong Kong, the UK, like where I'm from. The quality of games just continues to improve. So it's really good to see how it comes along in different regions and how it gets better every time.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that's pretty much from us for the whole National Championship Series coverage here. And we'll see everyone shortly in the future. Maybe in different events, maybe we're flying over, we'll meet you there soon. So thank you so much. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for all the efforts we have put in. And we'll see you later. Thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye.